No. But I forgot to set the last one to hardcore. Oh, freaking.
Change Minecraft in the middle of the game? I mean, if you really wanted to.
You can probably go through some crazy stuff and like,
Well, I don't know.
sissy dog and plugs.
Oh, she's done. She's feeding the floor in front of my house. And I noticed it now that it's going to the bottom layer of the right in front of the house. I have no idea what she's supposed to do. I mean, like, she had to go in there, move the carpet thing out of the way, find that specific spot, and start chewing on it. Isn't that drywall or something? Just go back to the same one you've been playing.
Nope. Hmm?
Start a new one. But just
Kind of
saying,
the whole thing.
what? Shadow, he's bringing catfish. He must be on top of the water today. He must be sitting on the banks. How's it going?
Ain't died yet.
Well, that's good.
There's an ocean right now started on the plains. And a spruce tree there, so that's probably taiga.
You're playing Infinite?
Huh?
Well, I mean, you're, like, if you go look your name up, you should see the thing you made. It looks cool. It says Infinite. Oh my God. I'm so glad my daughter's motorcycle is locked up. She probably will never ride another one either.
6.
Guess what? Oh. up Sissy. She was halfway off the bed, off the chair asleep. I mean, like her head was hanging halfway off asleep. She plays hard. I bet the first chick is a girl. Girls are bigger, more, they crave the food more than men. Eat more, and this first chick is all over the food. The second one has only been out of the shell for a few hours, so he's still pretty tired. Not really very much. You about choked on yourself. They're about 2 miles down the road now. Wish I had a Eagle translator. This little precision is there something underneath it, or is it another item or something? It says that. Oh. not, then oh well, whatever. So much for trying to get stuff done before. I think I was supposed to grab the wrong bread, sorry. When I noticed it the other day when I made us a sandwich. Oh, here it is. What? Oh. That's cool. That's cool. Did you see it? The beginning part of it?
What do you mean?
That. It's cool looking. That's why I was asking you. Infinite 226.1. You got this big old. It's cool looking.
Here.
Nope.
Neither, and all my keys are together.
here. 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 Here.
found a thing.
Fine. That drives me nuts. What is it?
It's the ancient city
The ancient city.
where the warden lives.
Oh, how'd you get my ceiling?
Didn't.
Oh, it looks like it. Oh. Wow. How cool is that to find where the warden is? I think you got guests waiting for you. Oh, yes. You oh, little dude. Like, wait a minute, baby. She said, they're bobbleheads. I guess when she first started, well, this morning when she first started the first one, he would take the food, it would take the food, and it would, they do this like 3 or 4 times. So then finally mom took it back, and then she slobbered in its mouth, and then fed the food to the baby, and it took it then. And baby said, Grandma, it keeps slobbering on it. I tried to explain to her why I thought she was doing that. But eagles don't drink water. They get most of their water through their food, and every once in a while they will take a drink, but usually they don't have to. So that's probably what it was. The eagle doesn't, because he hadn't had any water yet, so he hadn't eaten.
the spruce tree.
Oh yeah, right good. Good for you.
1 second.
Hey. I need 11 now. On the spruce tree, I'd always just get the top and always undo the top of it and put down the middle and let it fall by itself. Because I hardly ever keep it like that unless I put it that way. How'd you get those? Did they come in the box? The cherries, I mean the berries.
It's with the tree.
Oh. That's cool. Oh, my stomach is hurt. Oh,
Zombie villager came to see me.
who did?
Zombie villager.
Oh, another one?
Should I try to catch him? It's pretty early and I don't have any armor.
What are you getting into, man? You have to go online to register that you got your place taken. Yeah, sure. Hopefully, I don't have to. Hopefully, I don't have to go over there. It's not till 5:04.
here.
The second one for a little while. And then he finally popped his head up there, or she. I think the first one's a girl. That could be wrong.
Sissy dog, you want to buy it? I have more bites. You want more?
Here. 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 Here.
Goats have been upgraded in Minecraft 1.19 now that goat horns have been added to the game, so in this video learn everything you need to know about them. So where do you find this interesting mob? Well, they generate in mountain biomes, but not in every mountain biome. It is the jagged peaks, frozen peaks, and snowy slopes where the goats will naturally generate. However, the stony peaks biome and the grove biome will not have the goats spawn there. So if you're looking for one, make sure to look for a snowy and tall peak without any trees and not a stony peak. Now, just like a similar mob, the sheep, the goat is bred with wheat. And if you have 2 goats breed, you will get 1 baby goat. And we can see the baby goat right down here. But there's something interesting about the baby goat. Unlike a lot of baby mobs, its head is about the same size as the rest of its body, unlike some mobs where the head of it is the same size as the adult. But as well as that, baby goats have no goat horns on them, like you can see on this little goat right here. So once this baby goat grows up, which can be sped up by right-clicking on them with wheat, it will automatically grow horns. However, for goats that naturally generate into the game, or with spawn eggs, those goats can sometimes generate in with only 1 horn, like this one. They'll never generate in with no horns, but oftentimes you'll see them with only 1 horn when you're walking through the mountains. As well as that, 2% of goats that spawn, or 2% of goats that you get from baby goats with breeding, are screaming goats, known as screamer goats in Bedrock Edition. You can summon them in the game with adding the NBT tag is screaming goat : true, and that will give us a screaming goat. Now you'll notice with this goat it doesn't have any horns because of the way the command I had set up, but if you hear this goat it'll have different sounds than they normally do. You can sort of hear those strange screaming sounds it has. Now screaming goats have a couple interesting properties that normal goats do not. So of course the first one is almost all their sounds are different. They're all basically more scream-like and not as standard goat-like. Some of their sounds are even very funny. These screaming goats will also try and ram things more often than the standard goats do, which is good because the screaming goats drop goat horns that are different from standard goats. Now all goats have the ramming behavior and some other behaviors, but the ramming behavior for all goats, normal and screaming, basically works when if they see a unmoving mob, so just no movement whatsoever, and they are 4 to 16 blocks away from that mob, then they will try and ram it, or they could try and ram it. Now this often ends up being 1 ram every 30 to 300 seconds per goat, so it's not incredibly common, but of course if you had a lot of goats you would get a lot of them trying to ram you. You can see that one just rammed me there actually, and if we're still again, they may try ramming me as well, so it's not super uncommon. Now the goat ram itself doesn't have much damage to it. The problem is, as you just saw, I incur some knockback from that. So these annoying goats can oftentimes knock you right off the edge of a mountain. So be careful if you're near goats and a cliff that you're still moving and not being still, or one of them could make you go right off the edge and die from fall damage. As you've probably seen goats in Minecraft do, they can jump incredibly high, up to 10 blocks high and 5 blocks wide, which gives them the ability to scale basically any mountain in the entire game. And something interesting is that goats always try and get to the highest part of a world that they can. You can even see these goats here trying to get up the mountain, and those goats over there are sort of trying to go to the summit of that small peak. Let's say we had some goats all the way down here, they would slowly make their way all the way up. And of course one of the ways they do that is with their big tall jumps. Now goats aren't immune to fall damage. If they fall over 13 blocks, then they will take damage just like a normal mob would. The reason why it has to be 13 blocks or more though, is they take 10 points less fall damage than any other mob would. So until they take more than 10 points of fall damage, all of that would be negated, making them not get hurt at all. And also because of the treacherous powder snow that is in a lot of Minecraft mountains, the goats are smart enough to avoid walking into it. Unlike some hostile mobs that will definitely wander into powder snow, the goats know the mountains well, so they will avoid it just like, let's say, they would avoid lava or something like that. Although if they do happen to fall into powdered snow, unfortunately they will still freeze like a standard mob will. Now goats are cute and all, but what do you actually get from them in-game? Well, there's 2 resources they give you. The first one is milk. So you can right click on the goat to get goat milk. Unfortunately it doesn't actually say goat milk on the item and it works exactly identical to normal milk. But still, if you want some goat milk from a goat, you can always right click on them with a milk bucket, and they work like a cow giving you infinite milk. You can just spam right click and get tons and tons of that. The other thing they give you is goat horns. So very very rarely when a goat will ram you, they'll sometimes ram into a naturally occurring hard block instead, and that will make them drop off their goat horn. And since goat horns are the thing added in 1.19 and also the most important part of goats, I'm going to start discussing them right now. So there are two places you can get goat horns. The first one is of course from goats, and the second one is in pillager outposts. There is a 100% chance of getting a goat horn in a pillager outpost. That means you get the standard type of goat horn. Because basically there are two types of goat horns. There is the screaming goat type and there is the standard type. There are 4 of each. There's 4 screaming goat types and 4 standard types. And you can only get those 4 standard types from the pillager chests. But again, because it is a 100% chance in every pillager outpost to have one of these goat horns, it can be much easier to collect these. Now when you get a goat horn from a goat, it will actually make that horn disappear from off their head. So they'll go from a 2-horned goat to a 1-horned goat and then to a no-horned goat. And of course the goat horns never grow back. So once you have a no-horned goat, then it's not incredibly useful, and you can't farm any more horns from it. Although it will still ram like normal, it just cannot drop any goat horns. I actually like the idea of sort of having the items drop off when you get it, as it's not something that's infinitely renewable from the same mob, although of course you can always breed goats and use them. Now if a goat drops a goat horn, like this one here that dropped 2, they'll both be the same type. So one of the 4 screaming goat horns is this one called Call. And let's say one of its horns came off and we got the call horn, its second horn would also be the call horn, so it's interesting that goats sort of have a predetermined type of horn that they drop, and that both horns are that same type. So when this goat tries ramming into me and it hits a solid block, that horn will come off, but what blocks can it actually hit for the horn to come off of its head? Because let's say hitting into leaves or snow won't make that happen, or the same with maybe like a crimson plank or just some item that has nothing to do with the goat. So these are the only blocks in the game that a goat can ram and have the horn drop off. They are log, iron ore, coal ore, copper ore, emerald ore, stone, and packed ice. So of course I'm sure most people would just use stone for this as it's the easiest. But of course logs are also somewhat easy as there's a lot of trees nearby these biomes. Now of course waiting for random chance to happen of a goat ramming something by accident and dropping its horn will basically take forever. And so here's how you can actually farm the process and super quickly get tons of goat horns. So to make an automatic goat horn farm is fairly easy. You basically want to make a large enclosure that is 10 blocks wide with a roof on it. Here I have fences that are 3 blocks tall, but more or less it's up to you. I'd also suggest having an easy way in and out, and a chest with some wheat nets so you can breed the goats up. But for the part that's actually important that you can't really customize, is the part that gives us the goat horns. So start by digging a 10 block wide by 4 like this area, and on the bottom part here, put redstone dust all the way along here, then cover those up with whatever block you want. I'll just use grass blocks, but it completely doesn't matter. Also down here, place some pistons, 10 sticky pistons all facing up like that. On top of that, put stone or logs. This has to be stone or logs, it's whichever one you want, but it's important that the goat horns actually come off. Then in front of that, put a row of pressure plates down. These can be any material you want, but I would suggest using wood just because it's cheapest. Now on top of the stone, place lightning rods. This is a shocking twist where there's actually a really good use for lightning rods. And behind each one of those, place an armor stand. It doesn't matter which way it's facing, but they may as well all face forward like this. And also once you've made the enclosure, make sure to light it up so that no hostile mobs come in. Now above each one of the lightning rods, we're going to place a wooden block all the way across here. This also can be any block you want. I just have wood for my roof, and I would suggest having this block match whatever your roof is made out of. And we'll put those 2 here. Now to basically finish the farm, just walk over each one of the pressure plates. That will push both of these up like you can see right here, and that will now make it so that the goats cannot get back there when they walk through. They won't just go over these blocks that lift up. And ideally the goats will run towards this and they will ram into the block instead of into the armor stand, because they do count armor stands as something that they can run into. And now we just have to lead goats into here and the goat farm is done. Now the more goats the better, of course, and something I would recommend is having a big supply of wheat that you can go through here and breed up all the goats, especially once the goats have lost their horns. Then you can breed those goats up to still get babies out of them, making them be useful again. And once you've bred up all the goats and have just tons of goats in here, you can basically leave the area and just let the magic happen. Now of course we don't have a collection system here. We could have one set up with allays or maybe with hopper minecarts beneath, but you don't really need to, and I'll tell you the reason why. These goats extremely quickly will lose their horns. Now of course we have a lot here, although you can get them very quickly with breeding. You can see already a goat has rammed, and we now have a goat horn of feel. And this goat farm is actually super efficient if you have a bunch of goats in here, because they'll all ram into the blocks very quickly, giving you tons and tons of the horns. The horns don't drop every time they ram, because sometimes they will not hit the block in time. But I would say it happens enough that you can get them very quickly, and so you could set this up and just check on it every once in a while to pick those up, or have an LA trained with a goat horn. You can just see one dropped off right there, and it's really quick that these accumulate. But something you may be wondering is, having all these goats is great, but how do I actually get the screaming goat horns? Because of course that's a type you cannot just get from the villager outpost. Well, once you've bred up a screaming goat, what you want to do is you want to breed that screaming goat with a different goat and observe what kind of baby you get. The reason for this is if a screaming goat breeds with a standard goat, you will have a 50% chance of a screaming goat and a 50% chance of a normal goat. But if a screaming goat breeds with a screaming goat, you will have a 100% chance of a screaming goat baby. So once you have even one screaming goat identified, you can continue to breed that with other goats, and that will give you an infinite supply of screaming goats and an infinite supply of goat horns that are of the screaming variety. You could even build 2 of these farms in parallel. One of them has a bunch of normal goats and one of them has a bunch of screaming goats, if you want to mass produce the goat horns. Also, the reason why I would suggest the roof of this being these slabs is because then no snow will go on top of it, but as well as that, no mobs will spawn up there, so you don't have to spawn proof it. Sometimes a goat will by accidentally get its way back into here, so if you just break 2 blocks here, if a goat happens to get trapped, it can always walk back out, but oftentimes it'll just walk back out on its own, so you don't have to do that if you don't want to. It's just whatever you want. And even once the goats ram these armor stands back, it'll still work at full efficiency, because they'll still see them there. And that's how you make an efficient goat farm. You can see with the addition of these trained alleys, we've now made this farm fully automatic. We can just stand in the corner and let all the alleys give us the horns, as of course if they throw the horn incorrectly, they'll just pick it up again. You could even have a hopper at your feet or have these trained to note blocks, it's completely up to you. Considering goat horns are the whole point of the goat, let's hear what all these sounds are like. The first one is ponder. And you'll notice there's a cooldown there of 6 seconds between every goat horn. The second one is sing. And all these first 4 horns are standard goat horns. That is the third goat horn, seek, and you can tell that is the pillager raid sound. And it's actually interesting, as I believe goat horns were partially added to make sense of why the pillagers have a sound like that, when you can't have any horns like that in game. The fourth and last normal goat sound is feel. A very interesting and low sound. Now for the 4 screaming goat sounds. The first one is called admire. Definitely an interesting goat horn. Now we have call. This one sounds a bit evil, and as lots of you told me in the comments of a previous video having to do with goat horns, it does sound a bit like the THX logo sound. And the third one is yearn. Also very low, a little bit like feel. The final goat horn is dream, and this is the last screaming goat horn as well. This one is also a bit similar to admire. You can kind of tell there it's almost the same, just a bit lower. Either way, those are all the goat horn sounds. Now here are some interesting facts about goats and goat horns. That sound is heard from every single direction 256 blocks away, but it is limited by things like the server view distance, so let's say it is really low, then it would not be a full 256 blocks. That does make alerting other players with the goat horn to be a super cool use of it. If you're ever having an issue with goats jumping too much, if they're on top of honey blocks, they actually can't jump at all. I guess because they're stuck on there, of course they can walk around, but they cannot jump. making a little enclosure like this impossible for them to get out of. But of course, if those were standard blocks, they could either jump out or just walk out. And the last and probably most interesting fact about goats is that their sounds come from real goats. The developers at Mojang actually recorded the sounds of real domesticated goats to give you the full experience. I do wonder how they got some of the screaming goat and goat death sounds. And it's interesting to think that all those crazy screaming goat sounds are actually made by real goats. Anyway, if you think this video was the goat, make sure to press the like button and I'll see you in the next video. Goodbye.
You put a
Hello again.
from inside the
Welcome back. You and I have met in a bit of a pickle. You see, I'm stuck on an island in the middle of the sky.
Someone in a
It's just me,
pulls
this
them
acacia
out.
tree, and a few blocks of grass. Now, you may be asking questions like, Mart, why are you stuck? And Mart, how did you end up here? And Mart, what made you abandon me as an 8-year-old child in 2003? Well, let's start at the beginning.
Goats have been upgraded. Goats have been upgraded in Minecraft.
Goats are found in 3 new biomes in the Minecraft 1.18 update, Caves and Cliffs Part 2. Goats were a mob that were added in the Minecraft 1.17 update. However, in 1.18, the location they spawn has been changed. In this video, I'll explain what the 3 biomes are, what they look like, and where to find them. This video is accurate as of the pre-release 2. If there are any changes, I will do an updated video. Let's start by explaining what the goat does. There are 2 types of goats, normal and screaming. The goat is a passive mob. They will flee from the player if attacked. However, if the player is standing still, the goats will charge the player, knocking them back 8 blocks. The knockback could be dangerous if you are on a mountain or near a ledge. The goats can jump up to 10 blocks high to go around obstacles like holes or powdered snow blocks. The goats will be unable to jump if they are standing on honey blocks. The goats can be led with wheat and will enter love mode if fed wheat. The goats, like cows, can also be milked with an empty bucket to get a bucket of milk. You can drink a milk bucket to remove status effects. The 3 biomes to find goats in Minecraft 1.18. Number 1 is the snowy slopes. The snowy slopes is a mountain slope or lower layers of the mountain. The surface is covered in snow, snow blocks, powdered snow, and layers of snow. The surface is barren and is mostly snow covered except for stone cliffs. The terrain of the snow slopes is steep. It will generate in areas that are less forested, like plains and snowy plains. At lower altitudes, it can generate in snowy biomes. Besides the goat, this biome can also spawn rabbits. Number 2 is the jagged peaks. The jagged peaks are one of the 3 mountain peak biomes. The surface of the biome will be stone, snow blocks, ice, and layers of snow. The terrain will be steeper in this biome. This biome can also be found in snowy, cold, and temperate biomes. This means it can appear in any biome cluster besides the warmer biome cluster. Some of the biomes in the warmer biome cluster include Badlands, Desert, and Savanna. The only passive mob that can spawn in the jagged peaks are goats. The number 3 biome is the frozen peaks. The frozen peaks are similar to the jagged peaks. Frozen peaks are one of the 3 mountain peak biomes. The terrain of the frozen peaks is smoother than the jagged peaks. The surface is stone, snow blocks, ice, and packed ice. It generates in snowy, cold, and temperate biome clusters, so everyone except for the warmer biome cluster. The only passive mob that can spawn in this biome is the goat. If you want to find a goat, the best idea would be to look for mountains, specifically mountain peaks, as 2 of the 3 mountain peaks have goats. Both of these peaks are snow covered. All 3 biomes can appear in the snowy biome clusters. Both mountain peaks also have an increased chance of goats, as they are the only passive mob in those biomes.
Oi, how you doing? It's me, your boy Big and Mode here. Aye. So I'm not used to those. Welcome back to another video though, elites. How you doing? Last week, surprising, amazing Bedrock Beta added what is, by name, the greatest mob of all time. The GOAT. If you haven't heard yet, the GOAT, it not only looks sweet, but it also has some really cool mechanics tied to it. Today, we're going to talk about those mechanics. Elites, today I've got 7 GOAT facts for you. Okay, enough with the emotes. If you enjoyed this video, hit that like button, subscribe, and remember that notification bell. Always the notification bell. Always. I see you. Okay, maybe not, but notifications. I think the best place to start today's video is with the absolute basics about the GOAT. Down here is a goat, and up there is a baby goat. 100% tiny, 100% adorable. Now, goats are really cool. They are currently Minecraft's newest mob. If you can remember, though, the GOAT is actually the result of us, or at least some of us, not actually me. Rewind things back to Minecon Live 2019, a much simpler time. At Minecon Live 2019, fans were given a choice between Chestboat and Mountaineer Mountains. Of course, unfortunately, the majority of people chose Snowier Snow. In short, remember Snowier Snow, Mountaineer Mountains, and Goatier Goats? Goats. That's how we got here. Currently, if you're looking for goats, you're gonna have to find the Extreme Hills biome because that is where they spawn, at least right now. This spawning area is only a placeholder. Eventually, the goats will live in the Greater Mountains. Maybe the coolest thing about the goat are its hops. Look at that right there. Goats will jump at random, and the jumps are really cool. It's kind of similar to the fox jump. Now finally, for our intro, goats can be put on leads like most other mobs, and look at the speed right here. That goat, that is absolute speed right there. Can't be stopped. Pretty sweet. So those were the basics. None of those count as facts so far. Here's fact number 1. Like most Minecraft mobs, goats can be bred. If you want to breed goats, you're going to need 2 goats and some wheat. Goats are bred with wheat. So, goat, you come on over here. You come on over here. Now check this. Wheat. There we go. They're going to breed. Now, when they breed, something very interesting will happen. So check this out. They run around a little bit and then boom. Right there, we have 3 children. Not just 1 new baby goat, but 3. Unlike all other breedable mobs in Minecraft, when goats breed, there will always be more than 1 baby. Now currently, the baby amounts can vary. If you're unlucky, you'll get 3 baby goats. If you're really lucky, you will get 8 baby goats. Now right here, what do we get? We got 6, so we're decently lucky. It's pretty crazy, actually. This mechanic is really cool. Imagine if this were implemented on cows. Oh, those cow crusher farms in Java Edition. It would be literally over for the cows. Now this offspring multiplication mechanic is entirely at random. There is no way to affect how many babies you will get from 2 goats when they breed. So if you found some goats and you'd like to breed them, you're gonna need wheat. But wheat is not the only item that can be used on goats currently. Like we talked about a second ago, you can also use leads on goats. But there is one more item, the bucket. Grab a bucket and walk up to a goat. Use the bucket on the goat and boom, you actually get a little bit of milk. Now, this bucket mechanic will only work on the adult goats. Get back here, child. Yep. You cannot milk the baby goats, but the adult goats, they can be milked, just like cows. And this milk is just normal milk. No goat milk quite yet. Maybe that'll come, but milk. The goats are now officially the brand new mountain cow. But seriously, I would love to see goat milk get added into the game at a later point. Now, what would the difference be? Well, I'm not too sure. Maybe 1 milk removes effects and 1 milk is used for crafting things. I don't really know, but it definitely would be cool. Goats are kind of like ants, so check this out. We have a ring of powdered snow right here. We put a goat in the middle. This goat actually knows what the powdered snow is and will not cross the powdered snow. If this goat wants out, it's gonna have to jump out unless we give it an exit. Now, of course, oh yes, perfect. I was gonna say the goat stands still, but no, the goat moves. So check this out. We put another one back. This goat will not cross the powdered snow. It knows about this stuff, which is really cool. Now, even worse, if we want to be really mean, we can actually just put a ceiling in here, and then the goat will never be able to jump out. But I mean, why would you do that? So now, with the ceiling in here, this goat should be effectively trapped in here, unless it jumps, and yeah, okay, it still jumps over. Anyways, pretend it's trapped. Now check this. I have wheat right here. The goat wants the wheat, but I still can't lure the goat across the powdered snow. This is really interesting. No other mobs care about powdered snow like this quite yet. For example, the cow, some wheat, and the cow moves right across the powdered snow. Now, I'm very curious to see if all of the other mobs' AI will be updated later, because if it does, then the powdered snow block, at least if we can pick it up in survival, is going to become crazy useful for mob farms. But for now, when it comes to powdered snow, the goat is the only big brain here. Goats currently have 10 health points. That means with a netherite sword and a critical hit, we can take a goat out in one hit. Yeah, that's not a lot of health. Now, once 1.17 drops, goats will live in the brand new mountains. The brand new mountains are going to be crazy. Now, right now, this right here is an old mountain. Why am I talking about old mountains? Well, because look at this mountain, it's pretty crazy. There are definitely some significant drops. We've established that the goat doesn't have all that much health, so presumably dropping it from, say, this height should probably take it out, right? Well, check that. The goat can actually survive some pretty significant drops. Goats take way less fall damage when falling. Now, if you think about it, this mechanic really only makes sense. I mean, goats are going to jump, and when they jump, of course, there's always the chance that they could miss their target for some reason. Let's say a pack of maybe 3 goats spawned naturally in your world. Unfortunately, they were all really bad jumpers. They jumped and missed their targets and all fell. Then, by the time you get over to that mountain, you would find literally nothing. But on the other hand, if the goat takes less fall damage, then it's definitely less likely to die from fall damage. Goats take way less fall damage than your normal Minecraft mob. Elites, I'd like to welcome you to Goat Plains 2.0. Right here, we have like 1,000,000 goats. Now, why am I putting so many goats in? Well, because next up we're going to check out its charge attack. Goats randomly can ram things. Now, this ramming sometimes is pretty rare, but it's definitely really cool. So, check this out. We have a lot of goats here. Now, let's start dropping some mobs in. We'll put the villager, we'll put a creeper, we'll put a cow, we'll put a husk, maybe even a panda. I'm sorry, pandas. All of these mobs are mobs that goats can charge. Check that out. The goat just hit the panda. Come on, why are you hitting the panda? And yeah, didn't think about that one. Maybe not a husk with a villager. That's my bad. Oh boy, they hit the cow and the panda. This is vicious, and one of them hit a creeper. Yeah, they charge creepers too. Not very big brain of the goats, because if the goat charges a creeper, then the creeper's gonna blow up. But yes, they will charge almost any mob in Minecraft. There are 2 things that goats will not charge. Thing number 1, the goat. They won't turn on each other. And thing number 2, the shulker. Goats will also not charge shulkers because, I mean, I guess. So the goat, this is just another block. A weird block that makes noise, but another block. So unfortunately for the villagers that may end up living near the goats accidentally, they are definitely in danger of the goat. Same with pandas, same with cows, same with hostile mobs, same with literally everything in Minecraft other than shulkers and other goats. Goats will also even sometimes decide to charge the player, so you are not safe from the goats. And that's a levitating ghost. Thanks, shulker. So how does all of this work? Well, you see, goats see entities. So if I were to place this armor stand down, that's technically an entity, which means a goat could actually theoretically charge at an armor stand too. Let's see if we can get any of them to do it. You check out the armor stand? Anybody? No, that's me. Okay. Anybody care about the armor stand? Oh, okay, you took out the village. Come on. Alright, they don't seem to care about the armor stand right now, but just know, the goats, you see that? Yep, they'll attack armor stands too. Nothing is safe anymore. This charging mechanic is actually really cool because it affects pretty much everything in Minecraft, and it's obviously an entirely unique behavior. Now, this charging mechanic isn't only cool because, it's cool, but it's also pretty cool because of what it can get you. If a goat charges at a player and then misses, ends up hitting a block, it can actually drop a goat horn. Yep, that's right, goat ramming can actually result in loot. Now, I haven't really talked about it quite yet, but if you take out a goat, you are going to get nothing other than some experience. Killing goats the old-fashioned way isn't worth it. But if you can somehow get a goat to charge at, say, you, and then you move out of the way just in time, and the goat hits a block behind you, maybe a tree, then, hey, are you gonna do it? Are you gonna do it? Then maybe you'll get a horn. Please don't do it. Okay, I don't think you're gonna do it. Admittedly, in the wild, this might be a little bit tricky to do, so you might want to consider bringing some goats back to your base and then building some sort of chamber for them. Maybe something like this. If we have a tree in the middle, we can maybe put some armor stands here to try and trick the goats into ramming the armor stands, and maybe they'll end up hitting the armor stand, maybe go through the thing, hit the tree, and get the goat horn. Haven't tested it quite yet, but we'll see. Oh yeah, also remember the goats can jump out too, so maybe build your walls really tall, or even better, just put a ceiling on the thing. Alright, they're charging around, but they seem to just be pushing the armor stand around. Armor stands may not be the way to do this. I still haven't been able to pull it off, so here's the video from Twitter of it happening. Boom, the goat hit that tree right there, the goat horde fell. Super cool. Last but not least for today's video, the goat. We go ahead and hit the goat, and it actually panics. Okay, yep, to be expected. If we were really unlucky and we stood around for a while, maybe the goat would decide to charge at me. Perfect, just like that. I took damage from the goat, but when I hit the goat, it does not fight back. The goat is actually the only neutral mob in Minecraft to not fight back when attacked, but fight randomly whenever it decides to. In reality, it's not the biggest thing in the world, but it shows that Minecraft mobs are getting more and more complex with every single update. What do you think about the goat? What's your favorite thing about the mob so far? Let me know down in the comments below. It's been me, your boy Waddles. If you enjoyed today's video, smash that like button right now. The support, it's always appreciated. Speaking of support, big shout out to my patrons, Archangel and Cat0808 today. Without your support, this content would not be possible. Until next time, Goat Elites, stay top tier.
Protect and power up your wolves in Minecraft 1.21 with OP Wolf Armor, though crafting it requires armadillos. So here's everything about wolves, wolf armor, and armadillos in Minecraft. So Minecraft has 9 wolf variants in it, and using wolves to attack different mobs can be a really fun feature of them. However, they get damaged very easily, and so because of this you can't really build a wolf army out of them. But now we have wolf armor inside of Minecraft, and so with this we can just click on these wolves, and they are now armored up and ready to fight. When mobs attack, these wolves can attack and kill all these mobs without getting hit at all. And so because of this, the wolf armor makes these wolves incredibly powerful. But how do you actually get and use this wolf armor? To get it, you need armadillos. So where do you actually find the armadillo mob? Well, it spawns in every type of Badlands biomes. So from the eroded Badlands up here, all the way down to the red sand deserts, armadillos love this terrain. Though where most players will most commonly find them is likely the savanna biome, as of course it's very widespread, and it's pretty easy to spot the armadillos here. You can see the armadillo certainly resembles an armadillo in real life, and it's more or less a square with 4 little legs, a tail, and a head. However, armadillos are more than that. If we scare the armadillos, you can see they'll go up into a ball form like this, then they'll peek their head out and go out of that form once they think it's safe. You'll notice when we run, that's what triggers them to go into that form. But if we just walk around them and don't stutter the armadillos, they won't get scared and hide. Now an armadillo also hides, so it's protected, and it does take less damage when it's in its protected form. You can even see it's quite fun. The armadillo head will stick out, and you can move to make it pop back in, or you can let the armadillo get out. You can move them around with leads pretty easily, and when you do, their legs do a very funny fast walk, sort of like baby sniffers do. But what does this curious new mesa and savanna mob have to do with wolf armor? Occasionally, the armadillos will drop an armadillo scoot, and this is quite similar to chickens. They drop 1 scoot every 5 to 10 minutes. So if you took some armadillos and put them in a fence, they would slowly but surely drop different armadillo scoots for you to pick up, maybe with hoppers or just manually. However, it's pretty silly to wait 5 minutes for an armadillo scoot. The best way to get them is to not wait, but craft yourself some brushes. This is the same type of brush you would use in archaeology. So with this brush, we can right click on the armadillo, and a scoot will come right off of the armadillo, and it'll take a whole quarter of that brush's durability. So because of that, you can use one brush to convert it into 4 scoots. However, in Bedrock Edition, the brush can actually take 5 scoots off of the armadillo, and this is much like milk buckets on cows, where we can just click through all these brushes, and they are going to instantly give us as many scoots as we want. But this doesn't just work as the player, you can even put brushes inside of a dispenser, and have a system where we slowly move the armadillo to it, and then it is brushed. So you can make automatic scoot farms, you can manually brush them off, or you can wait for them to drop. Let's learn a little bit more about the armadillos. You see, armadillos have a very strange favorite food, and that's actually spider eyes. You can see here we're leading this armadillo around with the spider eyes, and it is very adorably following us. Now, as you can probably guess, spider eyes are the breeding food for armadillos. So if we right click on both of these mouse-like looking mobs, you can see they're going to breed, and the cutest thing is going to happen, a baby armadillo. And you can see its teeny legs move so fast, it jiggles and it hides inside of its shell just like the adult armadillos. These mobs are incredibly cute. If you want to make a zoo in the game, this is absolutely the mob to do it with. You can also feed the baby armadillo the spider eyes. However, if it's hidden, you cannot feed it the spider eyes as its head is gone. And you might be wondering why the armadillo's favorite food is the spider eye. Well, it's a pretty cool Easter egg, as the armadillo's habitat is the mesa as well as the savanna biomes. And of course, we have these spiders that generate inside of the mesa biome's surface mine shafts. However, you may notice something. If this armadillo is not hiding and is out and about, it is something that is actually scary to those spiders. That's right, much like how a cat will have creepers run away from it, the armadillo actually has spiders run away from it, including the dangerous poisonous cave spider. So if you're exploring around and run into some cave spiders, run to the nearest armadillos. Well, maybe walk to them, as it's not effective when they're hiding. But when they're out and about, there they are, and they're gonna scare away that spider, even though it was very close to biting us. So that is everything about the adorable armadillo and how to get scoots from it. Now let's move on to wolf armor and how to use the item that the armadillos exist to make. So we've now returned from the mesa and savanna with these armadillo scoots, and let's learn exactly how wolf armor works. So you can see here, of course, making this small H shape, it gives us wolf armor from 6 armadillo scoots. Now this is the horse armor recipe, which is a full H, and this would have leather with it. But anyways, out of 6 scoots we can craft this wolf armor. Now, as well as being able to craft it, you will notice, like all armor, it is an unstackable item. But once we have this armor, there's more we can do with it. So for an example, we can dye this item whatever color we want. We've just dyed this one green, or we could dye this red, but it's not just limited to direct colors like this. Actually, it has the leather armor dyeing system, which means that for an example, we could put in pink dye, then add in white dye, then add in magenta dye, and make a combination of whatever dyes you want, creating near infinite patterns of different colors. So for an example with this armor here, we have the standard green armor, red armor, purple armor, but now here is our custom color armor, and you can see we made a lovely violet color there. Now with the actual wolf armor appearance, you can see even though we've dyed it, you can still see parts of this that look like armadillo. However, there is this nice green stripe between the eyes, and I love the adorable form of protection this gives the wolves. Now how does this armor actually protect? Well, if we punch the wolf here, it may look like this wolf is getting hurt, but it actually isn't. All this damage is being absorbed by the armor, and you can see here that as I punch the armor, this durability gets lower, and it even cracks. Now if I take shears and right click on the armor, that is actually how you take it off, is with shears. You put it on with right click or select, you take it off with shears. You can see here the durability, 47 out of 64. So the way that wolf armor works, it can absorb 64 hits before it breaks, and it completely blocks damage, so no damage goes to our wolf. And you can tell because its tail is pointing up. So the wolf armor can absorb 64 hits. However, this is not exactly true, as those are just low damage hits. You can see here the wolf armor has 34 durability, and if we were to, let's say, hit this wolf with a netherite sword and a critical attack, Then take a look at that durability. It has gone certainly below 34 and has dropped 12 to 22, though it does depend on the damage. Once this wolf armor has absorbed a lot of damage, there are cracks that slowly appear on its surface. To heal this, just right click on it with an armadillo scoot, and those cracks will slowly go away. This is very similar to how healing damage from an iron golem works. You see, with an iron golem you can right click on them, slowly healing their cracks. Each one of these armadillo scoots will heal 8 damage that is given to the armadillo armor, which means it would technically take a total of 8 scoots to actually fully heal the armor you want to. So when your wolves are fighting for you and you notice them taking damage, sit them down and repair their armor with armadillo scoots. Alright, so this protects the wolves fully from tons of damage, but while the wolf is wearing this, what type of damage is not prevented? Any type of damage that is based on a lack of oxygen, so for an example, falling in the void, drowning underwater, or being inside of blocks and suffocating, none of those forms of damage are stopped by the wolf armor. As well as that freezing is not stopped, and magic damage from enchantments, and then thorns, wither damage, entity cramming, and the sonic shriek. Now this makes the wolf incredibly powerful, being invulnerable to every single mob in the game except for the warden and the wither. Now that's how the amazing wolf armor protects the wolf. However, how does wolf's health actually work? And this has been majorly changed recently. So to start, when you have a damaged wolf and you heal it, its healing is actually twice as much now. So because of that, when you feed it, it is recovering double the health that it would before. Now as well as that, the wolves actually have double the health that they had before. They used to have the same health as the player, meaning that they had 10 hearts. However, now they have 20 hearts, which is double that of the player. Now they did used to have a buff where damage from the environment, like let's say fall damage, was reduced for them in half. That is now not true, but it does mean that they do still have double the defense against mobs. Now, of course, you can still heal wolves with any type of food, also now being able to do things like fish and pufferfish to heal them. However, if you have an incredibly large pack of wolves, it can be hard to heal them all individually, so splash potions can be an idea when you have many damaged wolves. It's great to have so many different wolves, but it can still be hard to tell them apart even with the dyed armor. So some other tricks to customize your wolves is to first name them. You can of course have a name tag be renamed in the anvil, then apply that name to a wolf if you want. However, as well as that, we can give them contrasting collar colors. So you can always dye a wolf's collar whatever color you want, but now we can make them contrast with the armor. So this wolf now has a yellow collar to match the purple armor, giving it a really cool contrast. This green armored chestnut wolf Dexter over here can now have a blue dye be applied to it, and this will give it another amazing contrast between the green and blue. Now how do we get a wolf army? Well, the first thing of course is we want to breed or tame wolves to get as many wolves as possible. So feed all the wolves you can, making sure they're standing up, and that will breed us new wolves. And actually you can see something really interesting that happens here. This baby wolf has a yellow collar. That's right, now inside of Minecraft 1.21, wolves will inherit their collar color. This is a completely new change, as they used to just have a red collar. So you can also tell what baby the parents came from. So keep breeding up the wolves till you have a large number, and you cannot put wolf armor on a baby wolf. But once they've grown up, wolf armor up these wolves and let's go attack some mobs. But once you've bred up about 20 or 30 wolves, let's now take this very protected, double the health mob out to fight. Now to get a wolf to attack a mob, simply damage it at all. Then all our wolves are going to go after it to kill it. This can also be done with things like bows and arrows, so you can shoot an arrow at that zombie villager and it is now going to be killed by these wolves. And you can see there, because that zombie villager hit me, the wolves will also attack it. So either you hit a mob or the mob hits you, and that's what'll make them attack.
A couple days ago, we got the release of the new Minecraft 26.1 drop, otherwise known as the Tiny Takeover. Or as I like to call it, the Wholesome Reddit Chungus Update! Approved! Yeah, I'm sorry to start this video out by immediately complaining, but this is by far the weakest game drop we've gotten so far. The main focus for this update was changing the models and textures for all of the game's baby mobs. Besides that though, there was practically nothing of value added to this update. But that's okay, look at the heckin' doggos! I just don't interact with baby mobs pretty much at all, and while I know every drop isn't going to appeal to me, I feel like there still could have been a little bit more done here. Spring to Life, for example, isn't my favorite drop, but at least it gave us a few pretty helpful building blocks. Baby mobs in comparison are not a big aspect of the game at all. At most, I pretty much just see them when I'm breeding animals. I genuinely don't see this update changing how I play the game very much, which is not the case for every other drop they've done. Now that's not to say that the new baby mobs are ugly. Well, at least not all of them. I just don't think this update is all that interesting for the overall game. But there were a few, emphasis on the few, features outside of just the babies. So today, I'm going to be ranking every feature added in the 26.1 drop. Okay, before half of you get confused, YouTube lets creators test multiple titles and thumbnails at the same time to see which does the best. So half of you will get my standard 26.1 drop thumbnail, whereas the other half will get the thumbnail about ranking every baby mob in Minecraft. There wasn't enough content to justify making this 2 separate videos, so here's how this is going to work. I'll be going down the 26.1 feature ranking list as normal, and when we reach the entry containing the baby mobs, we'll break off into the baby ranking before returning to the main video. If you literally only care about ranking babies, I'll include a chapter for that section so you can skip right to it. Just know that we will be making fun of you for being a Redditor, and you'll be missing out on some good content. You'll never find out about this update's shocking polar bear change. Anyway, as always, I'll be ranking these features based on how much I like them for shock and survival mode. That means features that are creative mode exclusive won't be included in this list. So with that said, if you enjoyed this video, please make sure to leave a like, subscribe to the channel, and let's jump right in. You know, on top of the additions in this update being lackluster, this is our first drop in a while to have a change that I think is honestly negative for the game. In fact, it's actually got several. Really not helping my opinion on this update. Oh, but look at the cute baby Strider! Kicking us off, we actually have a feature that was straight up removed from the game. 12, they killed the baby camel husk. Yeah, I guess they just didn't want to bother making a new baby variant for this guy, so they completely removed the ability to have baby camel husks at all. If you had one in your world, they would just automatically be turned into an adult after the update. Now granted, I don't think you can actually get baby camel husks in survival, but it's still pretty lame to just remove the ability to spawn in this guy with commands. Wait, I said this video is survival mode. Wait guys, look! It's baby spooky camel drop! Now, obviously, this isn't like a devastating removal. I doubt 99% of the player base will even care, but removing a feature for no real reason kind of has to be placed by default. 11. Wandering Trader name tag change. Spoilers for a future entry. The name tag finally got a crafting recipe in this update requiring a piece of paper and a nugget. That is extraordinarily cheap, especially considering how rare name tags were before this update. I mean, they weren't like a shiny Pokemon or something, but you needed to either find them in structures or get them from villager trading and fishing. Name tags used to be the final trade library in the block, and they were pretty expensive, costing $20. With how cheap they are to craft now, that trade is like a scam, so they replaced it with something else. We'll talk about that trade in a little bit, but so far, that to me makes sense to go with the new crafting recipe. So why did they give the Wandering Trader a name tag? Yeah, this addition makes no sense to me. Now whenever a Wandering Trader spawns, it has a chance to trade a name tag for one. Why would you literally ever do that with how cheap the crafting recipe is? Since this is a Wandering Trader too, there's no way to get this trade reliably even if you do want it. In my opinion, this trade is completely worthless, which is bad because the Wandering Trader has a very limited trade pool. Each one will only spawn with 9 completely random trades, so all this name tag trade does is make the actual useful trade slightly rarer since now it's one of the potential trade options. I mean, why would you ever want to do this trade over the sugarcane trade, which are both competing for the same slot? If you say it saves you from needing to get any ores for nuggets, good luck using this without an anvil. Even in game modes like Skyblock or Super Flat, where resources are super limited, this trade is next to useless with the new recipe. So in my opinion, this is a negative addition that just makes the Wandering Trader less likely to be useful. Also, I didn't realize this before getting footage, but the Wandering Trader can also now trade golden dandelions. And I only found that out because it took me forever to get the name tag trade.
Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it. Aw, dang it.
10. Adult Black Dot Horse texture change. In order to match with its baby variant, the adult Black Dot Horse type also got a new texture. I think it's way uglier than the original. The black dots are integrated far less smoothly and just feel like they were randomly thrown up on the horse's texture. I don't understand why they didn't just change the baby to match the original adult horse, because now both of them just look ugly. 9. Baby polar bears no longer attack foxes. Bet you guys are so happy you didn't skip to the baby ranking. I didn't know they did this in the first place, but I guess it's tragic that we can no longer watch. 8. New animal noises. Okay, we are finally starting to get into the additions that are more positive. Several mobs got new sound variants, those being the cat, pig, chicken, and cow. If you remember the wolf noises that got added a couple updates ago, this works in a very similar way. The classic sounds still exist, but each of these animals also have a chance to spawn with a different set of noises. These noises are also independent from their biome variant, so there are now multiple combinations of sounds and textures for each of these mobs. This is far less expansive compared to the wolves though, as each of these only get 1 or 2 new sets of sounds this update. Cats can have royal sounds, pigs can have mini or big sounds, chickens can have picky sounds, and cows can have moody sounds. Moody. Now the reason this is the lowest of the positive changes is because I just have such a hard time getting used to these. Texture changes I can handle, but for some reason I have a lot harder of a time accepting sound changes, like I'm still not very used to hearing the different wolf variants in the game. Call me nostalgia blind all you want, but I have a feeling that I'll just prefer the classic sounds for each of these animals. 7. New librarian trade. As I mentioned earlier, the librarian had to get a new master level trade to replace the previous name tag trade. Now, instead of getting a name tag, you'll unlock the groundbreaking trade of a red and yellow candle. Or as I like to call it, the ketchup and mustard trade. Okay, this is far from the most exciting trade, but I do see more value in it than the wandering trader name tag. It's kinda nice to have an easy way to get candles without bees, but it's weird that it's only for the red and yellow candles. Maybe you'll be able to get other colors from different biomes when they finally remember about the villager rebalance update. I doubt I'm gonna use this trade much at all, but I do think it makes at least a little sense as a replacement trade. 6. Name tag crafting recipe. Sorry again for spoiling you all earlier, but yes, the name tag does have a crafting recipe now. It takes 1 piece of paper and a nugget of any kind, making it extremely cheap. Honestly though, I don't really know if I like this addition. Name tags acted as a good reward for exploring structures and getting lucky while fishing. They weren't too rare, but it made each structure they could be found in a bit more exciting to loot. If you did desperately need name tags, then you could always trade with the librarian to get as many as you need at the cost of a pretty good chunk of emeralds. I personally feel like that was pretty well balanced, especially since most players never really need that many name tags. Maybe if you're working on a project where you need to name a ton of mobs to keep them from despawning, but I feel like if you're doing something like that, you probably have the skill to just get a villager. I'm not gonna say this addition is necessarily bad, I mean it did crack the top half of the list, I just don't think it was needed and makes structures a little bit less exciting to explore. 5. New rabbit model. On top of getting new baby versions, the adult rabbits were also completely overhauled here. They are not beating the Reddit Chungus allegations. Personally, I never had an issue with the original rabbit model, but a lot of others seem to think it sucked, so I'm happy for them. For me, these feel maybe a little too fat, but whatever, I don't really care. It's nice that they have new animations too. I mean, look how cute this one is. 4. The new baby mobs. Alright, we have finally rejoined with all of the people that used the baby chapter earlier. Those dweebs don't even know about the polar bear chain. But yes, this is where I'm going to be grouping all of the baby mob retextures together. But with so many babies, some are bound to be worse than others. So now it's finally time to rank every baby mob retexture from the worst to the best. I'm simply judging these based on how cute I think each of them are. Sorry if your favorite place is low down on the list, you should just get better taste. We'll be running through these pretty quick because we have 71 babies to look at. There are technically more, but I decided to combine the horse, llama, and axolotl variants together since my thoughts are the same for each of them. But no more delaying, let's get into this list. 71 the zombie villager and 70 the villager. These two babies are absolutely horrendous in my opinion. It looks like all they did was just delete the 2 bottom rows of pixels from the baby's head and called it a day. The reason I'm putting the zombie villager in last is because it can visibly wear armor. To go with the baby mob changes, they also made new textures for baby armor, and I honestly don't like how they look at all. Some pieces are okay, but the boots in particular are really bad. What are the... What's even more embarrassing is that they originally looked even worse. Luckily, the backlash was so great that they went back and fixed these a bit, but I still think I prefer the original look from before this drop. That's especially because baby armor does not display armor trims now, which was not the case in previous updates. That's just a straight downgrade, and I can't believe they didn't at least try to make some armor trim textures. But whatever, these two are easily my least favorite babies and are far worse than what we had originally. 69 the zombie, 68 the husk, and 67 the gurgle. I'm sorry, I hate how all of their faces look. They have a similar problem as the villagers where it just looks like they shaved pixels off of their head. I hate how the eyes and mouth touch the edges. The retexture just looks extremely sloppy. That's really bad here because I feel like the baby zombie is probably the most iconic baby in the game. You know, chicken jockey and all that. I really would have thought that they'd put more effort into at least making this guy look good, but no, it's definitely worse than the original now. Add on the worst armor as well, and it's clear that Mojang just didn't do a fantastic job on the humanoid babies. Of this group, I like the baby drown the best just because it got a unique name, being the Gurgle. That is kind of funny. Ben gurgled. 66, the Strider. This thing is just absurdly ugly.
Look at the top of his head.
I just can't find anything to like about this model. It just looks gross. 65, the Sheep. It really feels like there was not much effort put into this design at all. Compared to the other main farm animals that have really cute baby redesigns, the sheep is left with this weird ugly mess. He's got a horrible hairline and his entire design just feels too simplistic. It doesn't even feel like this baby design should grow up into what we have for the sheep. Also, can we just talk about how the Mojang devs seem to hate the sheep for some reason? It's one of the core 4 farm animals, but it's treated like absolute garbage in comparison. It got no biome variants, no new sound effects, and the worst looking baby by far. What could the sheep have possibly done to deserve this treatment? Because sheep killed my grandma, okay? 64, zombified piglin, and 63, piglin. These two are definitely a lot cuter than what we saw with the zombies, but there are still a few weird things about them. Of course, I already talked about how bad the armor is, but for the zombified piglin, I just don't like how his nose overlaps with his eye hole. That's not the case for the adult zombified piglins, so it kinda comes off as a mistake here. Items in these babies' hands also clip into their heads sometimes, which isn't the worst thing ever, but it does look a bit weird. 62, hoglin. His eyes are way too massive, and his head is a bit wide, but other than that, this is just okay. 61, cold cow. I'm putting this one much lower than the other cow variants because, correct me if I'm wrong, but the horns here are just not correct on this guy. The cold cow's horns normally point straight ahead, so it's weird that the baby model has them pointing upward. Maybe when this type of cow is a baby in real life, their horns are like this, but to me, it just seems odd. 60, the killer bunny. Look at the 5 head on this thing.
If you're wondering, I already know.
Since the killer bunny's eyes are horizontal instead of vertical like the other rabbits, his face does not fit on the baby model nearly as well. Maybe it's the point that he's supposed to be a little ugly, but this might be a bit too much. 59 the mule, 58 the skeleton horse, 57 the donkey, 56 the horse, and 55 the zombie horse. I'm keeping all of these together for a couple reasons. Obviously, for starters, they're all some kind of horse-like mod. I'm not separating all of the different horse colors because there's like a million of them, and I feel the exact same for each one. The issue with this group of babies is that I feel like the head is just a bit too wide and blocky. Like there's some actual shape to an adult horse's head, but the babies just get a rectangle which doesn't look very good. As for their order here, I like the mule and donkey the least because their eye just being a single black pixel doesn't look as good as the horse which has white in his eyes. Also, as an additional note, you can't get the skeleton and zombie horses in survival, but they got a retexture here, so I feel like it made sense to include them. Hey, wait a minute, why'd Mojang do them and not the camel husk? Free him, he doesn't deserve this! 54, the llamas. Like the horse, I'm including all the colors together here along with the trader version. I've heard a lot of people say these guys look weird, and while I do agree, I also just kind of find them funny. The lack of eyebrows compared to the adult version make these guys have a pretty funny stare. 53 through 47, most of the cats. From this point on in the list, we've got the babies that I think are improvements over what we had before. It's a bit of a shame that about a third of the babies are downgrades in my eyes, but at least they got most of them correct. The kittens are all extremely cute. I think in a vacuum, their proportions are pretty perfect for making them look very cuddly. However, issues arise when you also look at the adult cats. Why do the babies have bigger heads than the adults? Like, do the adults just get stupider when they grow up or something. This isn't a huge deal, but it makes the kittens feel a lot bigger than they should be. Now, the reason I decided to split up some of the cats and not put them all under one number is because I do think certain cat breeds look a lot better with the baby model than others. The Persian cat is definitely my least favorite since it doesn't have a snout. It kind of just makes it look like it has a pancake face. The other breeds that I put down here, in order, are Siamese, White, Tuxedo, Black, Calico, and Tabby. All of these I don't love as much just because I think the 1 pixel eyes look a bit weird on them. Luckily, there are 4 more cat breeds that I like better that we'll be seeing in a bit, but these are all held back because of their haunting stares. 46, the dolphin. The model looks pretty good, but this is another case of a baby mob having a 1 pixel eye that I don't really love. 45, the armadillo, and 44, the polar bear. Honestly, if you told me these two were unchanged, I'd completely believe you. When you look at them side by side with their original versions, it does become obvious, but these are not mobs I interact with very much. 43, the axolotls. I like that their heads are now noticeably bigger than their torso. It makes them look a lot cuter and more in line with other baby mobs. 42, the squid, and 41, the glow squid. Honestly, I keep forgetting they even added the baby squids to Java Edition in the Bundles of Bravery drop. We still can't breed squids, which is unfortunate, but at least on the rare occasions we do see the babies in the wild, they are pretty cute. I like how stubby these two are compared to their adult versions. They definitely give off plushy vibes. I mean, that is kind of this whole update. I'm sure they're gonna sell a ton of baby merchandise in the future, but these two are especially plush feeling. 40 through 34, the rabbits.
Check you!
Unlike the killer bunny we saw before, these rabbits have vertical eyes which match their heads much better. Honestly, I prefer the baby look a lot more to their adult versions. Their proportions look better to me than the gigantic rectangle bodies seen on the adult rabbits. Their order here is just based on which color I like best, so it goes black, toast, white, white splotched, gold, brown, and salt. 33, the zoglin. Okay, I don't know exactly what it is, but the eyes on this guy just look so much better to me than they did with the regular hoglin. Maybe it's because half of his face has been melted off, but whatever it is, I do like the zoglin much more than the hoglin. 32, the goat. What's Mario doing on this list? This guy just looks really cute, not much else to say on that. 31, the snifflet. This guy does come close to having a head that's a little bit too wide, but I think it works on the sniffer because his massive nose is the whole focus of the mob. 30, the panda. Guys, I think the panda got possessed by Herobrine. Oh no, wait, we're good. The white eyes are maybe a little weird, but I honestly kind of like them too. It's also nice to get variants for all the different panda types. My favorite is probably the playful one, just for being full of joy and whimsy. 29, the turtle. These are very cute. I love how much they're able to detail here with so little pixels. The only negative that I have is that they feel a bit too big. The original baby turtles were minuscule, and I think that was a big part of their charm. They are still pretty small now, but I think the mob would have been cuter if they shrunk it down just a little bit further. 28, the bee. This is another case where I think I prefer the baby mob over the adult. The size just fits with being a bee a lot better. It's also very funny when a baby bee interacts with the flower because it gets absolutely covered in pollen. 27 through 25, the pigs. We finally got our second member of the core 4 farm animals after seeing the sheep quite a while ago. Cold cows aren't real. They did a really good job chipifying this mob's design. I'm not exactly sure why, but I think the singular pixel eyes also work better on the pig compared to some of the other mobs we've already seen. As for their order, I just put them in based on which pig biome I like best, so it goes cold, warm, then classic. 24, the camel. They took his hump! I'm assuming that's how camels are in real life, and I think that was a good change to make the baby stand out even more from the adults. But the question is, are baby camels better than adult camels in Camel Drop? No, they aren't. 23 through 20, all of the cows and mushrooms. Stop bringing up the cold cow, who even is that? Since these two mobs are just color swaps, I think it makes sense for them to be together. They did a great job shrinking down the cow, while also making it beefier than something like the baby pig. Their models are all the same, so their order is based on which color I like best, which goes brown mushroom, warm cow, classic cow, and the red mushroom. 19 through 16, the rest of the cats. We still have 4 more cats to talk about that we didn't mention earlier. That's because this set doesn't have such creepy eyes, so I find them to be significantly cuter. First is the jelly cat, which I think is helped by the gray pixels next to its eyes. They aren't part of the eyes, but it sort of looks that way and helps make this baby look a lot cuter to me. Next is the red cat, and it looks like there are absolutely zero thoughts going on in its head. And then my 2 favorite cats are the ragdoll and the British shorthair because they have dark blue and black eyes respectively, which looks so much more natural than the colored eyes of the other baby cats. These seem like the least likely to stare into my soul, so I like them more than the rest. 15. The Ocelot. The mob itself may be useless, but it's got a pretty cute baby. As far as I can tell, it uses the same model as the rest of the kittens, but what makes me like it the most are once again its eyes. The darker pixels at the top help make the eyes look a lot less empty, and in my opinion, makes the Ocelot the cutest cat-like mob. 14. The Fox, and 13. The Snowy Fox. These two just look so incredibly cuddly. Their proportions are absolutely perfect, and I would love to have one as a pet. To be totally honest, these babies kind of ruin my perception of the normal fox. The adult's eyes look so weird and honestly kind of creepy being at the edge of their head like that. I think foxes benefited a ton from this update. 12 through 4, all of the wolf variants. Dogs are my favorite animal, so of course I was going to absolutely love the puppies. All along, I was the heckin' doggo redditor. This update is my fault. In all seriousness, these pups looked so much better than the original wolf babies. I think these might be the mobs that benefited the most from the 1 pixel eyes that most of the babies seem to receive. That's not to mention how much better their proportions are here too. Just scrolling down the wiki page made me really sad that I can't pet any of these guys. They're all super adorable. As for their order, I put them in based on which biome variant I like best. So going from worst to best, we have Spotted, Stripped, Snowy, Black, Chestnut, Rusty, Ashen, Woods, and Classic. Out of all the babies in this video, this is probably the set I'm most excited to see. But I couldn't quite give them the #1 spot because we also have to look at the 3 chickens. Mojang has plastered these chicks all over the marketing for this update, and it's clear to see why. They're by far the most changed from their original design, now taking on the form of tiny cubes instead of just being smaller chickens. That makes them both look so much funnier and also more accurate as well. So I think the chickens 100% deserve the top spots. Cold is my least favorite just because I kinda like how the warm chicken looks like it's been cooked a little. Of course the classic chicken has to be the best due to going as far as to change its color scheme to yellow when in chick form. So for having the biggest and best model change, the classic chick takes the crown as the best baby mob in Minecraft. But anyways, that's not it for the video, don't click off! Remember, we still have 3 more features to rank that I feel belong above the babies. So to get back into the normal list here, we have 3, the Golden Dandelion. If you look at the wiki page, this is the one lone addition that is said to be added for this drop. I find that very funny. These can be obtained by surrounding a dandelion with 8 gold nuggets and a crafting table. On top of just being a flower you can place down to flex your wealth of a single gold ingot, this does have a use relating to the baby mobs. You can feed a golden dandelion to almost any baby and it'll keep them as a baby forever. That was a very important addition, because if they didn't add this, it would make remodeling all of the babies even more useless since they would only exist like that for 20 minutes each. If you do end up changing your mind and want your animal to be old again, then you can always give them another golden dandelion to undo the effect. While I am very happy this is here to make the update feel a bit more justified, I really don't see myself using this much at all. I might keep a couple puppies, but besides that, I'm not touching this feature much. I'll probably use it mostly as a decoration tool, but even then, not very often. I also just have to say that the Golden Dandelion's implementation feels like a huge missed opportunity. First off, of all the flowers to make gold, they really chose the one that was already yellow. A gold poppy or cornflower or something would have been a far cooler decoration block. Secondly, the way you get the Golden Dandelion just feels very lame. Seeing as this is a flower, I think this could have been the perfect chance to finally give the sniffer a better use. Everyone complains about how pointless the sniffer feels because all it does is give the player 2 extremely niche flowers. If the Golden Dandelion or something like it was added to the pool though, it would give players a legitimate reason to look for a sniffer. It wouldn't be the most helpful use, like I said, I doubt I'm going to use this very much, but it would be significantly better than what the mob has now. Alternatively, maybe they could have finally added the Moo Bloom this update and have it give the player the Golden Dandelion somehow. We know Mojang is willing to change a mob boat loser's use based on the Copper Golem. Seeing as so many people want the Moo Bloom in the game, I think this would have been perfect. As it is now, the Golden Dandelion just has a simple crafting recipe using 2 fairly common materials, so it doesn't really open up for much unique gameplay. Overall, this is still a good addition, but I just wish they went about it in a different way. 2 Stonecutter changes. In every other drop, this would be near the bottom of the ranking, but I think this is the first real feature here that I'm gonna get a ton of use out of. If you're an avid user of a Silk Touch pickaxe, you likely know the annoyance of accidentally collecting collecting a ton of deep slate when you really need cobbled deep slate. Previously, only cobbled deep slate could be used to craft any of the deep slate block variants, whereas the normal deep slop was literally useless. So if you had a large collection of it, you'd have to remine them with a normal pickaxe just to get the cobbled version. Luckily, Mojang finally realized how annoying that is, and now lets you use the stone cutter to turn normal deep slate directly into any of the deep slate variants. This is such a good quality of life improvement, and even extends outside of deep slate. Stone blocks can now also be turned into any cobblestone block in the stone cutter. Overall, I'm very happy with this change that will make deep slate mining a lot less annoying. But with how absolutely phenomenal this update has been, what could possibly take the #1 spot?
That actually is pretty funny.
I can't think of a more fitting winner for this drop than a fart sound effect. Note blocks were given brand new trumpet sounds when placed on top of copper blocks. Having a new instrument is always going to be insanely useful for note block music makers, but these go even further than normal. There are actually 4 different types of trumpet sounds, one for each level of oxidation. This was a really cool idea, and as I already pointed out, the oxidized one is basically a fart sound effect. Now, unfortunately, I'm not very good at making music, but I am good at being evil and nefarious. I know that I'm going to be using this fart sound effect so much. You can now basically make a whoopee cushion and put it in your friend's basement. Pranked. You can tie this to any redstone input or even just a skulk sensor to make it harder to track. There are so many ways you can use this sound effect, and I'm very much looking forward to pranking my friends with it.
Pufferfish.
Wait, I don't have those.
Take the,
So out of all the features in this update, I think this is the one that'll bring me the most joy to use. It may seem stupid, but I think the best feature in this incredibly lackluster drop is without a doubt the fart note block. But anyways, that's it for this video. Do you love the new baby chainmail leggings and hate me for saying the baby armor sucks? Let me know in the comments. Sorry if I was off hating for a lot of this video, but luckily I think the next drop is already looking a lot better than this one. We're getting our first full blocks in over a year, so that's pretty exciting. But I've got to get back to doing my homework, so before I go, I've got to thank my members, being Dick Fama, Wyatt Derpy, Mario Master 101, Drop D Mike 75, Virtual Tomato, Extreme 5026, Mateo2, Adept Tuna, Daniel Castillo 1262, Aaron 0729, Anton 3669, Smuggy, Guy 112, Danny Gaming Central, Young Smoky VP7, Zach Pro, Flame 765, Peanut Brown of Gallery, Gorpasaurus, BFDI Macaron, Stephen Hafner, Bell Slimes, Night Vision 101, PDX, Wilbur, Jenny, Mogo Mogo Boat, Stuffy Ant, Rich 229, Hojin, Leonard Von Hevering, Magnus and Larslot, Trifector, Tibby, Hippopotamus, Levi Strux, Nuclear, Cassie Channel, Blast Tiger, Yanni the Duck, Trader Mo, Mevins 2001, Display Changer, B Major 2003, Sir Musty, Belandor, Cinder CC, Jade Avery, Thinky Reiki, Engineer TM, CW McCain, Tesseract, YouTube, Jameson Pageson, Z Frost Keep, and Christian Flattery Sequel. But anyways, dry bones for Smash, and I'll see you guys next time.
Go, baby, go! Oh my god! Don't look for it, just go!
Top of the morning to you laddies, it's Waddle, and welcome to Update Day, my dudes. At last, after what feels like an eternity in development, Minecraft's tiniest takeover update of all time is officially here on Minecraft the Java and Minecraft Bedrock. Today we are going to take a look at everything major in this update that you need to know. Down below, if you have a favorite brand new baby mob, what is it? I think that there is only one correct answer. And 26.1, development for this update publicly began way back when in December. Now very famously, every single mob inside of this update gets a brand new baby variant, but that's definitely not all there is to this update. For example, one of the greatest changes that is definitely going to be a shakeup for building worldwide, Deep Slate in the Stone Cutter, oh my god, you can cobble and cut the variants from Deep Slate in the Stone Cutter. Before this update, you put plain old Deep Slate in here, you'd get nothing. The same exact move is going to happen with stone. You could actually take stone, maybe you silk touch it, and cobble it straight up inside of the stone
done
car.
for.
No need to place it down. There's a decent handful of other features in this update just like that, so hang tight. Now, baby mods. Baby mods are all the rage inside of this update. Where I'd like to begin is the kitten. Alright, so real quick, go down below the video, smash like, subscribe, and listen to the kittens. All of these...
Uh-oh, you got her attention. You're waterlogged. It says waterlogged false. That's funny. I think I've had a stomach bug. I've been fighting since yesterday. Right before we started to eat, like I was just about to make us a bowl, and all of a sudden I got super nauseous, and I thought, oh my god. But I hadn't really eaten a whole lot yesterday, so I thought maybe it was that. Give it to me. What is this?
I never even saw that puffer fish, I think.
I don't think I did either. I don't understand. You know you're not supposed to do it, but you do it anyways. You have no self-control. None at all. I'm about to put some clips on your, some... She needs to start wearing gloves on her paws. I'm so sick of her scratching me all the time. Oh, baby, oh, baby. Oh, baby, I did not notice it, but you have a white tip. How have I never noticed that before? You're so needy, you know that? Such a needy dog. How are your claws so freaking sharp? How? How are they so sharp? See, squirrel, you got a big old bunch of crap out there. Yeah. I love my sissy, I love my sissy. No, you're not being a good girl right now. Oh, here, let me follow you. Oh, that's pretty and sparkling. Oh, pretty and sparkling. I hear this carrot every time she bumps, bump, bump, bump. Trying to make you shiny, girl. Okay, let's buff this one too. Buff your belly. Make it shiny.
Brought home 56 sand. Four pieces of dirt.
One block.
Did you see my goats?
No, because you never went back around them. Oh, stop it! Oh my Lord, Jesus! Why don't you build something around them?
You just jump over it.
You gotta do something. Either that or shoot them off there and go build something better, and then they'll respawn back again. Looks like a boat over there to the right. Like a sailboat. You're not gonna... What? Dog. Stop it! You're not going to do anything else because them goats.
I can't go in the nether and build because if I get a piglin, they'll come after me because I don't have any armor yet.
Hey, what if you was 15, 20 blocks out and started building 20 blocks of your own underneath the goats, and you, if you're 20 blocks down, then they won't, or 15 blocks down, they won't jump at you. And you can build a water can underneath them, and that way you can knock them off and shoot them in the water. Leather? Do they drop leather also? Well, at least you can get rid of them. Maybe you can get a cow.
I don't think any cows are going to spawn out there.
Why? What's out there?
Snowy peaks.
Well, look it up and see if cows spawn in snowy peaks. Okay, they're probably cowy, snowy peak cows. Sissy! Go the other direction now. Sissy! I know you don't try to hurt him, but you did. Now stop it. Polar bears? Oh yeah, what strays. What's a freaking stray?
The poison skeletons.
Yeah. Primary, but it does. That's not
Be cool to get a rabbit.
Yeah, you can get right up a rabbit. What's the other direction?
Direction.
Well, which way are they? Those animals.
That's east.
Well, what's that way?
Haven't gone north yet. There's something out there. Maybe a water city.
What biome? Plains. Right there's where you need to be building your animals. The plains. Instead of the... Maybe put some dirt out there. Until, yeah, try it. The plains is where you get the cows from. Cows is where you get the leather from. Either that or get out there and build you a small...
I need gold armor.
What?
I need gold armor.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just saying for now. But maybe you can build you a small... I'll just build you a big one. A big monster maker, and then make the rest of that for the animals. That way your monsters are continuing more hearing. And that's the plains, that's where the animals come from. The chickens, the goats. Furballs.
Guess I need to get a crap ton of cobbles.
Mm-hmm.
When in doubt, mine a bunch of cobbles. I could make a water thing.
What's a water thing?
Catch the zombies and
Push them off?
get their copper.
Oh yeah, like on the other one. They were timed to come on. Do both while you're mining. Then we'll do a water thing while you're in the process of getting a bunch of... I'm not doing my other laundry. I haven't felt good today. The stomach bothered me last night, and it hasn't stopped.
My face still hurts.
I know. Talked to her about it earlier. What are you doing? She said, trying to keep myself awake. And this was like at 4 o'clock. I said, I understand. It's been like, ah! I told her, I said, it's been like that for me all freaking day long. She said, you know what that is, right? I'm not feeling good? Yeah, I know what that is. She goes, no, it's because we have to go to work tomorrow. We have to work tomorrow, right?
When the goats have babies, we can have up to 8.
Holy mother of God!
Endermans.
The other part is just freaking I do have a little bit of rice left over. If you want to the soup. I'm just gonna do these and probably take a shower. I'm not going to go to bed only because my belly won't quit hurting.
Almost murdered by a puppy fish. I figured you'd say let's play sometime.
I was thinking he doesn't ask me to play. But I also thought at the same time, he must know I have stuff to do. He's not into the Skyblock. Not really into much of anything right now. Too much crap going on in school. Not the 100-degree weather. Some big old bad but you're really not. You're just a kid at heart. Except in his ways. She's barking at you now.
What?
Don't get her started.
Don't know what I said.
When they're set together, well, I kind of can't do it because he's bigger than him. But I know.
Sushi dog a snack.
Here. Here.
Oh, three. It's nortriptyline.
Take care of what you're doing.